Hello and good evening to all district dignitaries, fellow Toastmasters and esteemed guests. I would like to welcome you to Day 3 of DTAC 2022. Semifinals, Group A and Group B of the International Speech Contest. A joyful heart is like the sunshine of God's love, the hope of eternal happiness. The secret of happiness is freedom, and the secret of freedom is courage. I quote Alan Chalmers, "The grand essentials of happiness are something to do, something to love, and something to hope for." Let's get ready to bring on our virtual stage our dedicated and passionate Toastmasters who have put in their heart and soul to bring out their best for the speech contest. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Toastmaster Chaitra Jain, your Sergeant at Arms for this exciting evening. I would like to begin by stating the Toastmaster International mission. We empower individuals to become more effective communicators and leaders. Mission District 105. We build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence. Here are some rules to be respected during this virtual contest. For members in the Zoom meeting, please turn off your audio and video unless instructed to switch it on. For the members in the Zoom meeting, please make sure all your noise-making devices are switched off or in silent mode. For the members in the Zoom meeting, please do not switch on your audio and video while the speeches are in progress, as this might disturb the contestants. Only the Chief Judge, Contest Chair, and the contestants will have their video on at all times. For the audience watching us through YouTube channel, please use the chat box to communicate as and when instructed. Speakers are requested to refrain from speaking about politics, sex, or religion in their speeches. We all love appreciation, don't we? Audience, please remember to use the chat box on the YouTube to appreciate the speakers after the speech. Applaud and cheer the contestants by using the emoticons. Last set of rules to follow. If you need, grab your snacks in breaks, have a comfortable seat, buckle up, increase the volume to be able to enjoy the journey of this emotional roller coaster ride of inspiration and motivation. Now, we will have the online speech contest statement. By attending this remote district speech contest, you agree to privacy policy of Toastmaster International as well as the unassociated remote hosting service. Some of the personal information such as name, image, and any shared images may be shared with other meeting participants and will be recorded by Toastmaster International, who may use this recording in future as it seems fit. Your remote attendance hereby discharges Toastmaster International from all claims, demands, and rights, promises, damages, and liabilities arising out of or in connection with the use of distribution of said video recordings, including but not limited to any claims for invasion of privacy, appropriation, or likeness or defamation. Now let's get ready to welcome our master of the ceremony. The captain who will be steering today's session is Toastmaster Mariana Misakian. Originally Armenian, was born in Lebanon and lived there until she fell head over heels in love with the boy got married and moved to Dubai in 1998. She joined Be Bold for Change Toastmaster Club in 2019. In 2020, she was elected to serve as the club president. During her term, she strived to offer a safe stage for women to trust their voice and share their stories. She currently serves as Area 32 Director. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the charming Toastmaster Mariana Misakian. Over to you, Toastmaster Mariana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Chaitra. And I know exactly what you're thinking. And yes, I'm still married, still. And yes, I'm still married to the same boy since 1998. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chief Judge, contestants, panel of judges, my fellow Toastmasters, and distinguished guests. And welcome to DTAC 2022, Day 3, International Speech Contest Semifinals. How is everyone feeling today? Did everyone have a big cup of coffee after lunch to power through? How about now? Anyone is having a big cup of coffee now? Who locked the doors? Send the kids and the pets away to the neighbor's house so they don't jump uninterrupted to our Zoom screens. And just like DTM Shamima said, who is hugging that Wi-Fi router real tight to their chest so they don't get disconnected? Actually, today, I myself woke up at 5 a.m. in the morning to go cycling on Al-Qudra Road. I've been cycling on and off now for about 1 year. And every time I go to Al-Qudra, I usually follow the same routine. I park my car at the beginning, at the very start of the track, next to the big UAE flag. And then I cycle 20 kilometers south until I reach the coffee shop to claim my reward, obviously. I stretch my legs, I enjoy my cappuccino for 10 minutes, and then I cycle back 20 minutes. But today, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the DTAC jitters or the DTAC excitement. I thought to myself that I'm gonna try something new. And so I parked my car today in front of the coffee shop, and I decided to take the track that leads to the east, the one that goes straight deep into the desert next to the big sand dunes. As I started cycling, heading east, heading deep, deep, deep into the desert, I started hearing voices. And it was actually the desert talking to me. She was actually telling me stories. She was telling me her stories. She was telling me stories about courage, determination, resilience, power, strength, self-love. She was telling me about her untamed dreams and wild spirit and how she's standing tall, brave. And the more I listened to her, the more I wanted to stay, to keep on listening, to keep on learning and growing stronger. But 20 kilometers later, I headed back. And somehow, the further I cycled from the desert and the closer I got to the main road, I realized that the voices started changing. I realized that now the desert sounded calmer, softer, more subtle. And I also realized that her stories started changing. Now she was telling me about how she was feeling stuck and limited. She started telling me about the big, tall buildings and how exciting it must be to reach up and touch the sky. She started telling me about the wide open roads and how exciting it must be to go on them, to go on adventures, see new faces. And just like that, the mighty desert felt sad and stuck. Same story, same desert, but different stories. And I found that very, very interesting. And it reminded me of me It reminded me of us and the stories we choose to tell about ourselves, and how we sometimes use the gloomy voice, the down voice, instead of using the glorious, hopeful, and happy voice. It's the same me, the same life. It was the same desert, the same road. The only difference was how we choose to tell our stories. My fellow Toastmasters, the road to DTAC was paved with stories of hope, happiness, opportunity, progress, and excellence. The road to DTAC was paved with glorious, powerful, courageous voices. And the road to DTAC was paved with Toastmasters who choose to stand tall, to empower their voices and tell their stories. And in the process, they empowered, inspired, and enabled us in return to find hope within ourselves. Congratulations to all the contestants for choosing to walk on that path of hope and for being here with us today. We are so excited and so honored to be here, to hear your brave voices and to listen to your bold stories. And now, without further ado, please allow me to introduce the contest chair for the International Speech Semifinals A, who will guide us through the contest. He joined Toastmaster in 2018. He previously served as VP of Education and President of Al-Naba Toastmasters Club in Oman. And he currently is serving as immediate past president, as well as assistant division director, club growth for Division M. When I asked him about his journey to DTAC, he said, "My road to DTAC was paved with my interest and dedication in learning and improving my personal and professional skills to become a proficient speaker and an authentic leader." Ladies and gentlemen, please use your reaction button and show some love and give a warm welcome to Toastmaster Sebastian de Souza. Toastmaster Sebastian de Souza, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Toastmaster Marianne, our Master of Ceremonies, for this wonderful introduction. District Director, DTM Gurbinder Singh Poon, District Program Quality Director, DTM Rania Abul Rab, District Club Growth Directors, DTM Jamil Shakil and DTM Deepa Surendran, Division Directors, Area Directors, EXCOM members of clubs, fellow Toastmasters and distinguished guests, a very pleasant good evening to one and all. It is my proud privilege to be the contest chair for District 105 Toastmasters Annual Conference 2021-22 for the International Speech Contest Semifinal 1. We are all here with the hope that we can see our next international speech champion from our very own District 105 representing us on the international arena and making us all feel proud. This year's DTAC theme is Hope, which is abbreviated from happiness, opportunity, progress, and excellence. A renowned medical pioneer, Dr. Jonas Salk, once quoted, "Hope lies in dream, in imaginations, in courage for those who dare to turn their dreams into realities." Friends, hope is the belief that our future can be better than our past and that we have a role to play in making our future a reality. So I urge everyone to dream more, to have limitless imaginations, to have courage, and to challenge yourself. And one day, your dreams will become reality. With this hope, that this year's DTAC will bring within us loads of happiness by utilizing this fantabulous opportunity to progress ourselves, to be an excellent public speaker, good communicator, outstanding leaders in our pursuit of being Toastmasters. I wish you all a very best in the journey of being Toastmasters with the hope that we all can achieve more. The purpose of today's contest is to provide an opportunity for speakers to improve their speaking abilities and to recognize the best as the encouragement to all. To provide an opportunity to learn by observing more proficient speakers who have benefited from their Toastmasters training. Contestant, our chief judge today is DTM Sandeep Vengsarkar. Sir, please join me in thanking the judges and the chief judge. Before we commence the contest, allow me to state the rules for this contest. The contestants shall have 5 to 7 minutes to deliver their speech. A contestant will be disqualified if the speech is less than 4 minutes and 30 seconds or more than 7 minutes and 30 seconds. The contestants have been informed about the timing signals. For the benefit of the audience, the timing signal shall be as follows. The green light will be turned on after 5 minutes and will remain on. The amber light will be turned on after 6 minutes and will remain on. The red light will be turned on after 7 minutes and will remain on till the speech is completed. No indications will be given to the contestant if he or she exceeds the time limit. Timing will begin with the contestant's first definite verbal or non-verbal communication with the audience. There will be a minute of silence after each contestant for the judges to complete their scores. Protests may only be registered by the contestant or the judges, either to Chief Judge DTM Sandeep Vengsarkar or to myself as contest chair before the contest is adjourned. Now, let us meet our contestants. We have 8 contestants competing today. Please allow me to introduce the contestants in their speaking order as determined by the draw of lots. I request all contestants to unmute and switch on their cameras. I will now announce the name of the contestants and they are requested to respond by saying hello as their names are announced. Here I go. Contestant number 1, Toastmaster Ramesh Gopalan. You are muted, sir.
Yes. Only now I got the permission from the Zoom master. Hello.
Hello. Contestant number 2, Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
Hello.
Hello. Contestant number 3, Toastmaster Milani Regalado. Hello. Contestant number 4, Toastmaster Dania Al-Assadi.
Hello.
Hello. Contestant number 5, Toastmaster Brennel Morris.
Hello.
Hello. Contestant number 6, Toastmaster Gavrika Joshi.
Hello.
Hello. Contestant number 7, Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate. Hello.
Hey, hi.
Contestant number 8, Toastmaster Southside Muhammad.
Hello.
Hello. Zoom Master, request you to kindly take a picture with all the contestants. Thank you, Zoom Master. Eligibility. To be eligible, a contestant must be a Toastmaster in good standing in a club in good standing. Should not be a current district or international officer, nor have declared intent to run for district or international office. I confirm that all contestants are eligible to compete. I also want to announce that 3 contestants will qualify in today's semi-final and proceed to the finals. Audience, you can applaud the contestant by using your reaction icons or emoticons or the like button on YouTube. YouTube viewers are encouraged to cheer a contestant by posting your comments and emoticons in that chat box. During the contest, I will introduce each contestant by announcing the contestant's name, then the speech title, repeating the speech title, and the contestant's name. Are there any questions? Okay, so here we move. Zoom Master, are you ready? Timers and tally counters, are you ready? Contestants, are you ready? Audience, are you all ready? Chief Judge, DTM Sandeep Vengsarkar. Sir, may I seek your permission to begin the contest?
Yes, if all role players are ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite our first contestant, Toastmaster Ramesh Gopalan. Toastmaster Ramesh, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
Yes, they are.
Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check the audio video, please repeat this sentence.
Mr. Contestant, there is a reverb. Perhaps somebody else's device, 2 devices are open.
Okay. Zoom Master, can you assist me? I hope it is done.
I hope so too.
To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and visible. Audience, presenting to you contestant number 1, Toastmaster Ramesh Gopalan. Speech title, Illusions of Impossible. Illusions of Impossible, Toastmaster Ramesh Gopalan, Contestant number 1, the virtual screen is yours, sir.
Just last month, one of the most prestigious tennis tournaments took place at Monte Carlo. Undisputed world champion Novak Djokovic was to face the 46th ranking Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. Win for Fokina seemed elusive. But Foki broke free of that illusion and stunned the world with his straight sets of 6-3, 7-6 and 6-1. In less than 3 hours, he had defeated the world champion. Contest chair, respected judges, fellow Toastmasters and revered guests. If Fokina had considered defeating the world champion impossible, he would never have tried enough. Many of us are deluded by this illusion. I, for one, have been in its grip for a very long time. In February 1991, I received a call from Dr. Vani asking me to meet her as soon as possible. Dr. Vani is an oncologist and our family friend. As I reached her clinic, I was rushed in. Ramesh, your mother has been visiting me while you were on tour. Did she tell you anything about it? No, doctor, she has not. What happened? Well, she came in complaining of a lump in her breast. I examined her and took a mammogram. It was not good. So I went ahead and did a biopsy. Ramesh, I'm so sorry. The tumor is malignant. Doctor, will she be fine? Doctor, I hope it is curable. That's the challenge, Ramesh. It is in an advanced stage. Very challenging. I will operate immediately and will start chemo. My heart sank. I had just lost my father 3 months ago, and I was not prepared for this. I went home and looked at my mother. Anger that she had kept it from me and my anguish arrested my tongue. She said, I'm sorry, Da. I did not realize the seriousness. Anyway, let us start the treatment. God is there. The fear of losing her too started haunting me. After her surgery, she started receiving radiotherapy and chemo. She was perpetually in pain. Her condition continued to worsen day after day. Somewhere in the corner of my heart, the illusion of impossible started creeping in. And I allowed that illusion to take over me completely. Friends, options to cure advanced stage breast cancer those days were very limited. But did I even try? No. Did I take any steps to find out what can be done? No. We lost her in February 92. Till date, I regret having not tried enough. Till date, I repent falling for that illusion of impossible that made me give up, that prevented me from thinking proactively and doing more for her. What is your illusion of impossible preventing you from doing? How many times have you pulled yourself back, saying, I can't, this is impossible? Have you ever been eluded by others who told you that it was impossible for you? My niece Nitya was born with her feet facing her chest. She had clubfoot. We had her operation done and she started walking. Doctors declared that she may be able to walk, but Nitya may never be able to run or do stuff like normal children. Oblivious of her condition, little Nitya at the age of 4 would run and play with her friends. But within 15 to 20 minutes of exertion, her feet would hurt. She never knew why. My brother, her father, would console her and say, "It's okay, sweetheart. You will get better. Just take a break." No one ever told Nitya that she cannot run. So she did not know that she cannot run. She continued running and playing. When she was in grade 6, she wanted to join the school of team of runners. As the process of selections began, she gave her name and joined in, along with other 52 of them. Only top 7 would make to the team the selection. Run was 5 kilometers. Nitya practiced hard and long for hours after school, day after day. Her parents did not tell her that she cannot make it to the team. She did not know that she cannot make it to the team, and because she did not know, she made it to the team. Nitya was indeed fortunate to have parents who had the heart to allow their bundle of joy to explore her inner strength, for not allowing her to grow engulfed in an illusion of impossible. Many a time, our friends and even our loved ones ask us to refrain from doing what they think is impossible. It's not your cup of soup, buddy. Just let it go. Or, I don't think you can do it. And it's impossible. Stop wasting your time. Unknowingly, they drive us to a state that we stop doing our best and start doubting our own actions. Friends, state of impossible is simply a state of mind. Nothing is truly impossible if we set our mind and heart to it. If we let go of that illusion of impossible, any one of us can become the world champion of public speaking one day. Light at the end of the tunnel is not an illusion. The tunnel is. Are you willing to go through the tunnel of challenges and seek light? Contest chair.
Thank you, contestant Toastmaster Ramesh. Audience, you may now please applaud the speaker using your reaction icons. We will now have a minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Our second contestant is Toastmaster Hashim Halim.
Hello.
Hello. Toastmaster Hashim, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
Yep, timer 1 and timer 2 were visible to me.
Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and visible. Presenting to you contestant number 2, Toastmaster Hashim Halim, speech title Booster Shot. booster shot, Toastmaster Hashim Halim, contestant number 2. The screen is yours, Toastmaster Halim.
You can't, Hashim. You can't. Your chance of success is like finding hair on a bald man's head. My friends scoffed when I told them my dream. Respected contest master, esteemed judges, and dear friends, it was always my dream to start my own business. After all, I had all the prerequisites: passion, perseverance, my dad's pension. I decided to quit my job and I wrote my resignation letter. And then the scoffing started. You don't have it in you. You don't know anything about business. And the worst, you don't look like a businessman. Rudeness, ridicule, rejection, jabbing away at my dream. Hearing them, I started losing hope. And I asked myself a life-changing question. Am I crazy to quit my well-paying job to pursue a dream? The resignation letter went back into my desk. Have you ever left your dream because others said it wouldn't work? Well, the answer to my life-changing question was just around the corner. At that place where all great answers are found, Toastmasters. At one of the meetings, a member approached me with her little daughter, Pratiksha, a smart 12-year-old girl with a speech impediment. Oh, but her eyes sparkled like bright diamonds as she approached me and said, "Sir, I want to take part in the Cool Pete contest." School speech contest? She could hardly speak. The idea seemed preposterous. I was afraid she would be the laughing stock of the school. Why, Pratiksha? Why? Not a word, but her silence spoke volumes. Her friends, her classmates, and everyone she knew told her she couldn't do it. Rudeness, ridicule, rejection, jabbing away at her dream. Oh, but she wasn't named Pratiksha, which means hope, for no reason. I will prove them wrong, she said, balling up her fist. And for the next 2 months, she worked her heart out like a warrior while we helped her prepare her speech. Come contest day, under the blazing lights of the auditorium, little Pratiksha gave her speech, and everyone was left speechless. Out of 17 contestants in her category, Pratiksha finished third. As she ran into the arms of her parents, smiling, holding aloft her trophy, my heart swelled with pride for that little beacon of hope. She had the odds stacked against her. She could have given up. But she didn't let the jabs and the jeers of her naysayers pull her down. Instead, she used it as a booster shot to push her up. That day, when I left, something stayed with me. I too had seen rudeness, ridicule, and rejection in my life and had succumbed to it. But it took little Pratiksha to teach me that if you don't allow it, then no one can take your dream away. After that day, when they said, "You don't have it in you," I heard, "You'll get better. Keep going." When they said, "You don't know anything," I heard, "You will learn. Keep going." When they said, "You don't have the look," I heard, "Use Fair and Lovely and keep going." Friends, it doesn't matter what they say. It only matters what you hear. September of 2018, I resigned from my job and I started my IT business. It's been 4 years now and my business is doing well. I'm no Bill Gates, but many gates of opportunity have opened for me, and they will open for you. Friends, there will always be those who humiliate us, frustrate us, intimidate us. But as little Pratiksha taught us, if you don't allow them, then no one can take your dream away. So the next time rejection, rudeness, and ridicule are hurled towards you, don't let those jabs pull you down. Instead, use them as a booster shot to push you up. Your dreams will not crumble at the taunts of man. Boost yourself up and tell the world, I can. Contest Master.
Thank you, Toastmaster Hashim. Audience, can you applaud with your reaction icons? We will now maintain a 1-minute silence for judges to mark their ballots. Thank you. Now, I call upon contestant number 3, Toastmaster Milani Regalado. Toastmaster Milani, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
On the small screen only.
Yeah, on the small screen.
Yes. It
Is
is.
this your speaking position?
Yes, Toastmaster Sebastian.
To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are visible and audible. Contestant number 3, Toastmaster Milani Regalado. Speech title, A Million Dream for Sale. A Million Dream for Sale. Toastmaster Milani Regalado, contestant number 3. The virtual screen is yours.
What does 2 Philippine pesos, which is about 15 UAE fils or 3 Indian rupees mean to you? Most of us would consider this of very little value. But for one poor boy, 2 pesos was worth a million dreams. Contest chair, judges, and fellow Toastmasters. Poverty is like a pond, a murky pond. But despite its appearance, these can be breeding grounds for beautiful lotus flowers. Who would have thought that 2 pesos would trigger an enormous realization to the innocent life of a provincial boy named Dodong? When he was around 13 years old, Dodong asked his mother for his school allowance. But his mother handed him only 2 pesos. And worse, 2 pesos made up of 8 pieces of 25 centavo coins. Where could 2 pesos take a student? 2 pesos was not even enough for his one-way trip to school. That was a time when he couldn't take it anymore. He threw the 8 pieces of 25 centavos on the fields, nowhere to be found. His mother got so furious because she saved those coins for him. But she couldn't do anything, nothing, but to cry on her knees. Dodong suddenly started thinking of all the hardships, getting up every day at 5 a.m. to plow the fields, feed cows, plant corns, all before going to school. The realization of how poor they were, of how poor he was, gave him a big push to try and change the situation. A resolve that he would work very hard and educate himself and somehow beat this poverty. Our little boy was very smart. As he could not afford to buy his own toy cars, he borrowed and convincing them that their toys were muddy and dirty. He would tell them, "Let me clean these and I'll return to you tomorrow." Dodong would play with the toy cars until late evening because the very next day, he needed to return those to his friends. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Dodong, sleep now. Yes, Mama. But he'd still continue playing. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Until he fell asleep. And during school days, when he ran out of hair gel, he'd sneak into the kitchen, look for some used cooking oil, and voila, he's ready to hit the road. Until now, I still do wonder how his hair smelled during those days. A brilliant mind charged with hard work and faith had become Dodong's formula. He continued his routine, all before going to school. The work ethic prepared him for college when he had to take on several menial jobs. A purchaser, storekeeper, an AC technician, and even a truck and family driver to support his studies in engineering. Fast forward to this day, Dodong now has some few properties, was able to send some relatives to school. From a toy car, he now drives his own car. Above all, sends allowances to his mother. The boy who plowed fields, fed cows, planted corns, borrowed and washed worker. He is now a petroleum inspector, a family man, married to a very beautiful lady. Yours truly. Friends, Dodong is the provincial nickname of my husband, Sandy. And I assure you, he no longer uses cooking oil instead of hair gel. Fellow Toastmasters, if we are born poor, it is not our fault. But if we remain unprogressive, then the fault is completely ours. So never ever let the small amount of 2 pesos bring you down. To stay in the murky pond or to blossom into a beautiful lotus is our choice. Yours and mine. If we are armed with strength of character, persistence, and hope, two pesos, 15 fils, or 3 rupees really does mean a million dreams. Contest chair.
Thank you, Toastmaster Milani. Audience, you may please applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. We will now have a minute of silence for judges to mark their scores. Thank you. I now invite contestant number 4, Toastmaster Dania Al-Assadi. Hello. Toastmaster Dania, can you see timer 2 and timer 1 on your screen?
No.
Zoom Master, if you could assist, please. Toastmaster Dania, you can pin the timer. If you pin the timer.
Okay, I'm just looking for them. Timer. I can't pin them. I just see you and I. Pin timer 2, okay. Timer 2. I can't pin anyone. It's just like I have no option. Gallery view. Okay, I will try gallery view.
You can.
Okay, there is, but on gallery view I can see them both, but I can see myself so small and. So,
You can relax. It's not a problem. The judges can see you full. Don't worry.
Okay. Go ahead, you can see the timer.
Okay, I hope now you can see the timer.
Let me remove the gallery view.
Are you in speaker view or gallery view now?
Yeah, but I can see the timer. Are they spotlighted or what? I can't pin them, so.
They are on the bar.
Okay, let me find them more. Okay. Okay, now it's fine.
Okay. So I confirm that you can see timer 1 and timer 2, right?
Both of them.
Thank you. Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
You are audible, but there's some disturbance. I hope. Can you repeat once more? Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and visible. Presenting to you all contestant number 4, Toastmaster Dania Al-Assadi. Speech title, Grab Some Future. Grab Some Future. Toastmaster Dania Al-Assadi. Contestant number 4. The virtual screen is yours.
I was a volunteer in charge of children. Once I was absent, they had to replace me with another volunteer. And when I came back, children left everything and shouted my name, ran towards me, hugging, kissing, holding my hands. And then the new volunteer came closer and asked, "What are you?" "I'm Dania, the previous volunteer." "I know. What are you so that these kids that are giving me the hell of time act like this around you?" I felt proud, and it was the glorious moment as I looked up and thought of the answer. What am I? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Contest Chair, let me tell you my story. I was a special child. Well, special is not the right word, different. I was a different child. I was 5 years old when I took my teacher's red pen, and when my mom found it, she said, "Dania, for whom is this?" "For my teacher." "And why is it with you?" "Mom, you said that if I'm afraid of something, I have to try it, and I'm afraid of red pen." And she was done from my arguments, and she said, firmly, "Return it and apologize." That night, my mom came and sat next to me on my bed, and her lectures came ahead. "Dania, we're not allowed to take people's property, blah, 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 blah." And I never took anything from anyone anymore. But I did something else. I was 6 years old when my friend dared to ask me to borrow my crayons. And I said, "No." And she was angry. And she said a bad word. "You are a donkey." "What? To me, Miss Teacher?" She said a bad word. I whispered, "Donkey." The teacher frowned at Sarah and said, "I'm going to cut her tongue." But by the end of the session, nothing happened. She didn't cut her tongue. So I followed the teacher outside and said, "Teacher, the tongue, Sarah, donkey." And she was like, "Haha, tomorrow, dear. Tomorrow, the same thing happened. She forgot to cut her tongue, and I was really waiting for it. And then again, I reminded her, and she was like, oh, I don't have scissors. The third day I came prepared. I had the scissors. Teacher, here are the scissors to cut Sarah's tongue because she said a bad word. As she saw me also doing hand gestures for Sarah because she's gonna cut her tongue to freak her out. And the teacher was freaked out. She took the scissors from me and called my mom. That night, my mom sat next to me on my bed, and here comes the lectures. Dania, we should be nice to people. We should be caring and sharing so that they love us. And the story of making people love me is a different type of story also. It's like the thief that came to rob us. It's a fake story so that people would love me, and different type of lecture about lying. But that time, I overheard my mother crying to my father. My daughter is a troublemaker. She's not even 10, and she's made her pass through the 7 sins as if they are a to-do list. I was really sad that night. I thought she enjoyed our lectures. And something inside me wanted to tune the troublemaker a little bit down. And there were no more remarkable stories to share, so definitely I changed. But until one day, my friend was afraid of her parents, and she committed fraud and changed her grades. And when her mom caught her, she blamed me for it. Her mom made a big fuss out of it. She called my mom, the administration, the teachers. I was humiliated. And I said the truth. I did not do it. I did not do it. No one was listening to me. I was grounded. I was abandoned from everyone. My friends, my teachers, my parents. That night, I was in bed, waiting for the lectures. But the lectures didn't come. I tried to squeeze my eyes into sleep, but water flooded out of them. My heart was broken into pieces. My grades went down. My head went down. I was ordinary, regular, typical, silent, and shy. Aren't children the eternal light that hold possibility of virtue and sin? How come as a child I was tainted with shame for a long time? Ladies and gentlemen, it is scary to know that there are 1 billion children outside our world that suffer from violence, anxiety, mental disorders. Isn't it inquisitive to ask?
Stop the time, please.
15.
Can you ask the contestant to stop and later rejoin?
I'm here.
You are facing some network problems.
Okay.
We lost you in between, Toastmaster Dania. Can you just check your connection and we will start again. The timer has been stopped. We will start again.
The whole thing, I start over and over?
No, from the point where you stopped.
I don't know where did I stop. Anyone followed up with me?
It was at the point where Toastmaster Sebastian, do you remember the exact point? I have a general idea.
You were waiting for the lectures.
Okay, that's a sad moment. I was in bed.
Can you please hold on? Wait, please. Toastmaster Sebastian, can you do a quick audio video check?
Sure, sir.
Start.
Can you repeat after me? Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Toastmaster, Chief Judge, is it okay? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
You can start.
After I was blamed, I sat in bed that night, waiting for the lectures to come, waiting and waiting, but the lectures didn't come. My heart broke into pieces. My grades went down, my head went down. I was ordinary, regular, typical, silent, and shy. Aren't children the eternal light that hold possibility between sin and virtue and nothing between them could taint them? How come I was a child tainted by shame? Ladies and gentlemen, it is scary how much we have children outside there, more than 1 billion, that suffer from violence, anxiety, and mental disorders. Isn't it inquisitive to us to ask ourselves, why does the creativity of a child decrease from 98% by the age of 5 till only 2% by the age of 15? Do we have the courage to ask ourselves why? It is because of us, the adults around them. While we are disciplining their bad behavior in conventional ways, we end up disciplining their uniqueness, their confidence, and their creativity. Half of the adults in the world go to work that they barely like, that sucks the marrow out of their life and the beauty of it, to save in their bank accounts for the future. I have a more direct way to the future. We can save in the memories of our children because they are the future. It's been a long time since I answered the volunteer. I am Dania. I was a special kid long time ago, and now I'm trying to save for the future. What are you? Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Dania. Audience, you may please applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. We will now maintain a minute of silence for judges to mark the ballots. Thank you. I now invite contestant number 5, Toastmaster Brennel Morris. Toastmaster Brennel, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
Not yet.
On the slide upstairs or on the side?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Is this your speaking position?
Yes. My starting.
To check your audio video, repeat this sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and you are visible. Presenting to you all, contestant number 5, Toastmaster Brennel Morris. Speech title, the N word. The N word, Toastmaster Brennel Morris, contestant number 5. Over to you.
And reporting live at the Rhode Island Dunkin' Donut Center, this is WWE Monday Night Raw. In the final segment, we have Daniel Bryan and Bray Wyatt facing off in a menacing steel cage. Wyatt is on the floor down for the count. Bryan is hounding the edge of the ring, ready to deliver the final blow. With all eyes on Wyatt, Bryan sticks his hands in the air and starts chanting, "Yes, yes, yes," joined by the crowd of 14,000. Yes, 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 yes. Bam goes the running knee. The crowd goes wild, and the insanely loud choir of yes pierced through the stadium and through the night. Conscious check, fellow Toastmasters and guests. As a teenage adrenaline junkie, watching that on television for the first time was euphoria. Daniel Bryan, my favorite wrestler, really embodied that. Yes! And so I too wanted to embody that in real life. After all, saying yes means you're unstoppable. You're a machine. You're Captain America's vibranium shield. Or at least, that's what I convince myself. You see, the real reason I say yes is because the alternative to yes is a word that I cannot say. Shh! Don't say it. It's the N word. Weekends with my family, with my aunt and my family, were a blast. And she would make the most decadent food. I'm talking biryani, dahi balla, chole puri, and her breakfast speciality, lacha parathas. I would gorge on them until I couldn't. But right as I felt like my gut would explode like TNT, she would amble out of the kitchen with a plate saying, "Binu, have one up." Such a pure soul. I can't say the N word to that. And so I'd have one more paratha, another paratha. The next thing you know, I'm stuffed and immobile. Acha paratha. Look, I know I'm not alone in my difficulty of saying the N word. And that for many, it goes beyond rejecting food offered by a family aunt. You know, when you say yes to working long hours just to appease your boss, when you fill up your social calendar and stay really busy for fear of missing out and disappointing other people, when you bite off more than you can chew because you can't stomach the idea of just saying no. I was all of those things. But last August, when my dad had to retire and move back to India, it forced me down a sobering path of focusing on my career and my future. It meant I was an adult learning how to adult. In December, I got a new job. I started living alone. My first month as business support executive was exciting. It was also quite the challenge. It meant that between long hours of work and suddenly being responsible for my own food, my own bills, my own chores, I barely had any time. But I still couldn't shake off the itch of saying yes to friends, extracurriculars, and social outings galore. I lost sleep. My health suffered. I felt sick twice in a month. I couldn't focus on my job. But most importantly, I lost sight of what was most important to me. Me. That's when I realized I needed to say no a lot more. And that realization sounded scarier than having a fifth lacha paratha down your throat. My dear friends, yes challenges you to push past your limits. No acknowledges that you have limits. You need it to protect your time, your energy, and everything that you want to achieve. To stop fearing the N-word, I had to stop calling it the N-word. I had to realize its value in my life. So 3 months ago, I had to choose between delivering this speech and attending a birthday surprise of a friend that I hadn't met or heard from in 3 years. I was torn. I wanted to be there. But I also wanted to be here because maybe I needed to hear this. And maybe you needed it too. So I said no. I apologized and I told my friend I couldn't make it. It's been 3 months and I haven't heard from her ever since. Was it hard? Yeah. But it taught me a bittersweet truth about saying no. That it can be a litmus test for the true strength of your relationships with friends, with family, with yourself. Saying no to people you care about is hard, but those who care back will understand. They're the ones worth having in your life. Who can say no to that? Fellow Toastmasters, to stand up for yourself, to chase the potential and the self-worth that you've always dreamt of. It's okay to say no. After all, saying no means you're unstoppable. You're a machine. You're Captain America's vibranium shield. Contest chair.
Thank you, Toastmaster Brennel. Audience can now please applaud for the speaker using the reaction icons. We will now maintain a minute of silence for judges to mark their ballots. Thank you. I now invite our next contestant, contestant number 6, Toastmaster Gavrika Joshi. Toastmaster Gavrika, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
Yes, they are.
Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check your audio video, kindly repeat this sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and visible. Presenting to you all, contestant number 6, Toastmaster Gavrika Joshi. Speech title, You Will Get There. You will get there. Toastmaster Gavrika Joshi, contestant number 6. The virtual screen is yours.
The crowd is roaring with applause. The audience is screaming, shouting, yelling as the athletes, months of hard work, sweat, and determination is going to be at stake. We are here at the CBSE Nationals. This is going to be quite a competition as we have Gavrika Joshi, who's been the defending champion for the past 4 years. Do you think she will be able to break the record tonight? Well, let's wait and watch. Contestants, on your marks. Get set. Go. And I think it's broken. Contestant, fellow Toastmasters and guests. That day, I, Gavrika Joshi, broke it. Not the record, but both my ankles. On the word go, instead of running, I fell flat on my face and just lay there. Ever seen a race end before it even started? Well, this was that race. The super fast Gavrika Joshi was now held up in a cast, bedridden, and not allowed to run for the next 6 months. Ridiculous. Because running was the only thing I did since I was a little child. Whether it was running in the lemon and spoon race in kindergarten, to running those relay races in middle school, running with my father on the beach on the weekends, to finally representing my school in the nationals. Running was my life. And at that point, it felt like a part of my life was taken away and then snatched. Nothing made sense to me. I felt lost. I felt like a bird who wanted to fly high up in the sky, but her wings were cut off. I wanted to run and achieve my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. I wanted to fly, but my legs were stuck to the ground in that cast. I could do nothing about it. Everything that I loved and I did was taken away from me in that 1 second. I used to go to class and feel like I didn't really belong there. I didn't understand a thing. Or maybe I never really tried to. I kept going deeper and deeper into this shell that I had created for myself, of failure, of rejection, of not being able to do anything in those few months. Then my exams happened. And this time, without the sports concession, I failed miserably. And more than failing, I was scared of what I was going to tell my dad, who had blind belief and faith in me. What would I tell him? That, look, Dad, I failed in this too. I went home, showed my dad the result. He looked at it, said, "You failed. That's okay. You'll get there." You will get there. That's all that he had to say. He didn't say much. So even I didn't do much. I kept going deeper into that shell that I had created for myself. The next exams happened. I failed again. Went to my dad. Oh, you failed? Again? It's okay. You'll get there. The next time, guess what? I scored a hat trick. I failed for the third time. And before my dad could say, oh, it's okay, you'll get there, I said to him, Dad, I am not getting anywhere. I have failed 3 times. Where do you want me to get? He looked at me patiently and said, you know, the day you start embracing your failures, trust me, you'll get there. Now this got to me. That moment when I didn't believe in myself, he did. I don't know where would I get, how would I get there? But something just came back to me. That determination, that hard work that I put into running came gushing back to me. And I gave it all that I had. I studied with all the will and strength in the world. Next time, I passed with a very high percentage. My dad looked at me and said, well, told you, you'll get there, and you did. And the same day, we had to go to the doctor to get my cast removed. And he told me, you know, why did you fall that day? Because the shoe that you were wearing was too big for you. To wear the shoe and achieve something in the future, I ruined what I had in the present. And that's what we all do. So the next time you fail, pat yourself on the back. Tell yourself you will get there, and you will. Contestant.
Thank you, Toastmaster Gavrika. Audience, you may please applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. We will now maintain a minute of silence for judges to mark their ballots. Thank you. I now invite our next contestant, contestant number 7, Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate. Hello.
Hi.
Toastmaster Abhishek, can you see timer 1 and timer 2 on your screen?
Yes, sir. I can see the timer 1 and timer 2 on my screen.
Is this your speaking position?
Absolutely. Yes.
To check your audio video, please repeat the sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible
you.
and you are visible.
Thank you.
Presenting to you contestant number 7, Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate, speech title 5 Steps. 5 Steps. Toastmaster Abhishek Kokate, Contestant number 7, the screen is yours.
Somewhere at the start, somewhere in the middle, or somewhere in the end, we all do realize what is our true talent. But few brave hearts have the courage to go all the way 5 steps back and rekindle their passion. What happened to those brave hearts? Will they be successful? Let's find out. Mr. Contest Chair, Toastmasters, guests, and my dear judges, good evening. Today, I'm going to tell you my own story in scene by scene. So let's roll it. Action. Scene number 1, the singing saga. When I was in my 7th grade, I realized I love to sing. So I wanted to be a part of school band. I showed up for the school audition. When my name was called out, my music teacher was on her harmonium. She said, Abhishek, sir. I said, sir. Teacher got visibly angry and infuriated. She was like, you have 2 more chances, sing properly. Every chance, I was failing. At the end of 3rd chance, teacher said, Abhishek, I don't know. What are you doing here? You don't have any music sensibility. Please, don't waste my time. I can't teach you anything. Please go away. She moved on to the next contestant, but I was visibly there. In first time in my life, I realized that I was so underrated, underconfident, and an underdog. That evening, when I went home to my mother and told her the entire incident, my mom said, Abhishek, she's a music teacher. If she says so, it must be lip singing. That night, when I went to sleep, I put my singing dreams to rest. Scene number 2, the interview saga. I was 20. I was young and I wanted to be in sales because I speak well. So I showed up for the interview for a sales coordinator. I was confident because the interviewer was my dad's friend. The interviewer looked at me, looked into the resume and asked me, tell me something about yourself. That's not there in the resume, Abhishek. I never prepared for this question. I don't know what to answer. The interviewer gave me a very sarcastic look. He called my dad and he said, Mr. Kokate, your son, he don't know how to speak English also properly. Which school you sent him? He don't have any skills in sales. Please find something else for him. And he hung up. He told me, please send somebody next up to you. I was shocked. I thought I spoke well. That evening when I went back, I felt second time in my life, underrated, underconfident, and an underdog. I told this to my mom because I couldn't face my dad. And my mom said, Abhishek, he's an HR manager. If he says so, it must be. That night, for whatever reason, I was not able to sleep properly, but I tried myself and closed my dreams again. Scene number 3, the Toastmasters. During one of the Toastmaster session, I happened to invite Sandra, the head of sales and marketing, to our club session. She loved my speech. At the end of the speech, she told me, Abhishek, get transferred to sales from your current department. I was so happy. But here is the kicker. She offered me the role of sales coordinator, the same role which I interviewed many years back. I was so confused because I was in my comfort zone. Why should I go back so much? She understood my dilemma. After a couple of days, she walked up to me and said, Abhishek, when I was a child, I used to go to archery class. And in that archery class, I had a tough time of sending the arrow even to the target. My teacher visibly saw my problem and he came and he said, Sandra, you need to pull the arrow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps and get the momentum and send the arrow to the target. This is what you need to do. Remember, Sandra, in life also, if you need to go ahead, put yourself 5 steps behind, build the momentum and you reach 1,000 leaps ahead. She looked into my eyes and asked me, Abhishek, are you ready to be in sales or your choice? Sandra was a very inspiring figure in my life and had huge respect for her. I believed in her this time and got transferred to sales. Scene number 5, the freedom. The next 18 months in sales were never easy. They were so tough. In fact, I saw my other department colleague, my old, getting promoted. I was so confused. Why should I do this? But only one thing remained in my heart. 5 steps behind is Abhishek. 1,000 leaps ahead. Keep going. At the end of exactly 18 months, I got an interview. Yes, not for the role of sales coordinator, but as the head of sales and marketing. And I cracked the interview. Yes, I felt so happy of doing that. With that hope in my heart, last week onwards, I decided to learn the music. No, not from the same teacher, but some other teacher. But I have realized I need to do that, and I'm happy. Toastmasters, what I wanted to tell you is this. I am not the best salesman. I am not the best singer or not anything best with my stretch of imagination. But I am happy because I am trying. I even told my mom about this, and she was like, this is possible? Scene number 5. Now you, Toastmasters, if you are like me, underrated, underconfident, and like an underdog, and still have the talent and the juice in you, please go back 5 steps, recover, rekindle your passion, because 5 steps behind is 1,000 leaps ahead. 5 steps, Toastmasters, 5 steps to glory and to achieving our dreams. 5 steps. Cut. Contest check.
Thank you, Toastmaster Abhishek.
Thank you.
Audience, you may please applaud the speaker by using the reaction icons. We will now have a minute of silence for judges to mark their ballots. Thank you. I now invite our next speaker, Toastmaster Southside Muhammad. Toastmaster South, is timer 1 and timer 2 visible to you?
Yes.
Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence after me. Let my hope shape my future.
Let my hope shape my future.
Thank you. You are audible and visible. Presenting to all, contestant number 8, Toastmaster Southside Muhammad. Speech title, Fearing Fear. Fearing Fear, Toastmaster Southside Muhammad. Contestant number 8. The virtual screen is yours.
Why do you fall, Bruce? You fall so that you can learn to pick yourself up again. A beautiful dialogue between a father and son from one of my favorite movies, where a father is explaining to his son, Bruce Wayne, that the fall is not your ultimate destination. The fall is not supposed to be feared. The fall is your stepping stone to greatness. He had sensed that his son did not fear the fall, did not fear failure. He feared the fear itself. Contest chair, members of the House, why do we fear fear? Let me ask you a couple of questions. How many of you in this room can raise your hand and tell me that you fear skydiving? Now, the ones who have raised their hands were like, yeah, I fear skydiving. To you people, my next question is, have you ever tried skydiving? I can assure you the answer is going to be a big no. Why? You are not fearing the challenge. You are not fearing the fact that you're falling down 30,000 feet, that experience, the air hitting on your face. You don't fear that. You fear the fear inside you. I have realized, and I have learned 3 lessons, which I shall share today, of how I have conquered this fear. So when I was in my engineering, doing my mechanical engineering, I always had this one question. Why do I have to learn a programming language? Why do I have to learn Java? 5 days before the exam, I'm sitting with my friends and I'm having a laugh. You know what? I've not even touched the book. My friend looks at me and he says, oh, you're going to fail. And that's a fact. Both of us were concerned. We understood the gravity of the situation. He grabbed my phone and set an alarm at 6 a.m., tagging it Java. I didn't know this. The next morning when my alarm rang, I went to press the snooze button, but suddenly I could see and hear Java, Java, Java. I got up at the start, and for 5 days, I studied Java. And I learned my first lesson, that fearing fear is not the solution. But if you make it work for you, you can pass a Java exam. And as I finished my engineering and I finished 3 years of my career working for someone, I wanted to now be a businessman. I wanted to do something on my own. The problem? My idea and my engineering had no correlation. So when I went to my father, who's a very open-minded person, that Dad, I wish to do something of my own. My father asked me, okay, what are you willing to do? Something in marketing? You're an engineer. I thought that I could make fear work for me. But what's the next thing that you need? Persistence. I learned the second lesson, that persistence was key to make my father realize why this could be something good for me. I worked on it for 2 months, gave him a good plan, and now my father agreed that I do something on my own. Over the years, I went on and joined one of the best programs for public speaking, the Toastmasters program. But you know what? I was not a member. I was what I call a guest member. Wondering what that is? Where I used to sit in one corner of the room, watch all the speeches, and the only role that I played was of applauding. That's it. A month later, my mentor saw this, realized something, called me over and said, South, congratulations, you are the TMOD for the next meeting. I was baffled. The fear of fear started going on and growing inside me. I told him, and I started stuttering. I was like, me? The Toastmaster of the day? He said, yes, that's great. The first thing is done. Congratulations, you already know the full form. And I realized that this was it. I could make fear work for me. I could be persistent with it, but I had to conquer it to actually stop fearing fear. How many times have we watched a horror movie? We've come down to sleep. And we're scared because our senses are heightened. The cricket, the resident cricket who's always there, his cricketing is too cricket. It's really loud. Your clock ticking is like someone walking towards you. You're terrified, and you take your blanket and you wrap it around yourself and you wrap it around like an armor. But is this an actual armor against a paranormal activity? No. This is the armor of your imagination. This is the armor of the fearing fear imagination. Yes, today I am a decent enough engineer. Today I can actually tell you how not to start a business, and I know the challenges of starting a business now. Today I'm standing in the semifinals of the International Speech Contest at DTAC 2022. I have made fear work for me. I have been persistent with it. And yes, I think I'm on road in my lesson 3 to conquer it on the way. Over to you, Contest Chair.
Thank you, Toastmaster South. Audience, you may please applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. We will now be maintaining a 3-minute silence for the judges to finalize the ballots. During this time of silence, the participation certificates will be displayed. Thank you. This concludes the
Toastmaster Sebastian, just hold for a minute. I'm just waiting for the final results to come in. Just give me a minute more.
Sure, sir.
You can proceed, Toastmaster Sebastian.
Thank you, Chief Judge. With this, we now conclude our International Speech Contest Semifinals 1. Toastmasters and guests, thank you for your support. May I now request our Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Marianne, to take the proceedings forward. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Toastmaster Sebastian. What an awesome contest we just had. And thank you, Toastmaster Sebastian, for leading a flawless contest with so much poise, panache, and proficiency. At Toastmasters, we are all on a journey to grow. And that journey is shaped with our values that is weaved in our personal stories. Thank you, our contestants, for sharing those values with us and sharing your personal stories with us and inviting us to join you along with your journey. And now I would like to invite the contestants, the viewers, the guests to take on a 10-minute break, to stretch a little bit, to feed the kids. I'm sure by now they are back from the neighbors, to boil an egg, to defrost the chicken. And we will meet here again in 10 minutes to know who are our 3 finalists that we will be moving tomorrow for the finals of the International Speak. I have on my watch 7:23 Zoom Master, if you note that. We will meet all back again here in 10 minutes at 7:33 to know who are the 3 finalists for the International Speech Semifinal A, moving for tomorrow's final. Thank you, and I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Zoom Master, can you move me and the 2 tally counters into the breakout room, please? TC1 and TC2.
7:33. Is everyone back? Did everyone have a nice cup of coffee? How are the kids doing? The husband, the wife, is everyone okay? Zoom master, are we good to go? Welcome back as you settle back in your seat. And if you're just joining us, welcome to day 3 of DTAC 2022. Today is the International Speech Semifinal A and B. We just completed our Semifinal A, and I'm about to hand over to our contest chair, Toastmaster Sebastian de Souza, to announce the results. Toastmaster Sebastian de Souza.
Good evening,
The
everyone.
stage is yours.
Thank you, Toastmaster Marianne. I'm waiting for the results. The results have not yet come.
Did you manage to have a cup of coffee, Toastmaster Sebastian?
Sure, why not?
It's needed. It's getting dark outside here in Dubai.
Yes.
Contest chair, I have sent you the results on your WhatsApp.
Yes, sir. I'll just update the presentation. Thank you for having patience with me. I would now like to announce the results for International Speech Contest Semifinals A. I would request our Chief Judge, DTM Sandeep, to please declare the disqualifications, if any, time disqualifications.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to declare the results of the semi-final A. The results have already been sent to the contest chair, and the results will be announced in the alphabetical order, ascending order of their first names only. This is not a ranking of their positions as a part of this contest. So in terms of disqualification, we had one disqualification for time. And that's it. And I will now hand you over to the contest chair for the declaration of the results. Over to you, Toastmaster Sebastian.
As informed, 3 contestants have qualified and will proceed for the finals. Please note that their names are not called out in any specific order, but announced in the alphabetical order. The qualified contestants are Toastmaster Brennel Morris, Toastmaster Hashim Halim, and Toastmaster Ramesh Gopalan. Congratulations to all our contestants who qualified for the finals, and best wishes to all. I thank the DTAC organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to serve as a contest chair. I hereby bid you all farewell with a positive hope to meet you all back again in the next DTAC. Handing over back to our gorgeous MC, Toastmaster Marianne. Over to you, MC Toastmaster Marianne.
Thank you, Toastmaster Sebastian, and congratulations to all our finalists from International Speech Semifinals A. And now it's time to move on to our second contest of tonight, International Speech Semifinal B. And to lead us, and let me introduce you our contest chair that will guide us through our second contest of the night. She joined Toastmasters in 2010. And since then, she has taken on many ExCom roles and is currently serving as president of the Power Elite Toastmasters Club in Jordan. When I asked her about her journey to DTAC, she said, "My road to DTAC was paved with a small insight on the amazing amount of planning and hard work that happens behind the scenes to get the show on the road. Simply mind-blowing." Ladies and gentlemen, please use your reaction buttons to show some love to our contest chair and give a big welcome to Toastmaster Sudha Narayan. Toastmaster Sudha Narayan, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, for your wonderful introduction. District Director DTM Gurbinder Singh Pun, District Program Quality Director DTM Rania Abul Raub, DTAC Chair DTM Alok Tuteja, Division Directors, Area Directors, Execo members of clubs, fellow Toastmasters, and wonderful guests. Good day to all of you. It is my privilege to be your contest chair for the International Speech Contest Semifinals 2. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts, said Winston Churchill. Your courage to have continued with your Toastmaster journey to reach this far is commendable, and I am sure your experience from this contest will enrich your experience even further. My best wishes to all of you to give it your best shot to make it memorable. The purpose of today's contest is, 1, to provide an opportunity for speakers to improve their speaking ability and to recognize the best as an encouragement to all. To provide an opportunity to learn by observing the more proficient speakers who have benefited from their Toastmasters training. Contestants, our Chief Judge today is DTM A. Hariharan.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be here, and I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful contest, ably conducted by our fantastic contest chair, and I wish you all the very best.
Please join me in thanking the judges and the Chief Judge. Before we commence the contest, please allow me to state the rules for this contest. The contestants shall have 5 to 7 minutes to deliver their speech. A contestant will be disqualified if the speech is less than 4 minutes 30 seconds or more than 7 minutes 30 seconds. The contestants have been informed of the timing signals. For the benefit of the audience, the timing signals shall be as follows. The green light will be turned on after 5 minutes and will remain on. The amber light will be turned on after 6 minutes and will remain on. The red light will be turned on after 7 minutes and will remain on till the speech is completed. No indication will be given to the contestant if he or she exceeds the time limits. Timing will be given with the contestant's first definite verbal or non-verbal communication with the audience. There will be 1 minute of silence for each contestant for the judges to complete their scores. During this period, everyone is requested to mute their microphones. Protests may only be registered by the contestants or judges to either the Chief Judge, DTM A. Hariharan, or to myself as the contest chair before the contest is adjourned. Now, let us meet our contestants. We have 8 contestants competing today. Please allow me to introduce the contestants in the speaking order as determined by a draw of lots. I request all contestants to unmute and switch on their cameras. I will announce the names of the contestants and they are requested to respond by saying hello as their name is announced. Contestant number 1, Mustafa Altaseh. Contestant number 1, Mustafa Altaseh.
Hello. Yes, I wasn't able to open the mic. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Hello to you, Mustafa. Contestant number 2, Selenia Vermillion.
Good evening.
Hello, Selenia. Contestant number 3, Debbie Joy.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Debbie. Contestant number 4, Chetna Kiran.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Fatma.
Do you have a problem on the video there because the image appears to be rotated 90 degrees? You might like to check and correct that one, please.
Just one second. Yes, please.
Yes, that's better.
Hope it's fine now.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Contestant number 5, Fatma Azamali.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Contestant number 6, Hussein Haddam. Contestant number 6, Hussein Haddam. Zoom Master, can you check if he is in and his audio is unmuted?
Hi, my primary device was not working. I will just fix it now.
Okay. Hello, Hussein. Contestant number 7, Maita Al-Masroy. Contestant number 7, Maita Al-Masroy.
Evening, everyone.
Hello. Contestant number 8, Kalpana Prakash.
Hello.
There's an echo. Can you please mute your other device?
He's making music. Let's dance.
Hello.
The message is for you to disconnect with your
Can I restart my main device, please? The host is not allowing. Can I restart my main device?
No worries, Kalpana.
Contest Chair, please continue, and we hope that in the next few minutes, speaker number 8 is able to reconnect and connect properly, and then and we'll take it as we go along and hope that she's able to connect effectively by the time her turn comes. So please continue and let's move on.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's all take a deep breath and hear out the eligibility that we have had for this contest. To be eligible, a contestant, 1, must be a Toastmaster in good standing in a club in good standing. 2, should not be a current district or international officer, nor have declared the intent to run for district or international office. I confirm that all contestants are eligible to compete. I also want to announce that 3 contestants will qualify in today's semi-finals and will proceed to the finals. Audience can applaud the contestants by using the reaction icons or emoticons or the like button on YouTube. During the contest, I will introduce each contestant by announcing the contestant's name, then the speech title, repeating the speech title and the contestant's name. Are there any questions? Zoom Master, are you ready? Timers and tally counters. Are you ready? Contestants, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Chief Judge, DTM Hariharan, sir, may I seek your permission to begin the contest?
Yes, I confirm that all the judges and the other role players are all set to go and ready. Please go ahead and begin the contest. All the best to everybody.
Thank you, sir. It's now time to begin the contest. Our first contestant is Toastmaster Mustafa Altaseh. Toastmaster Mustafa Altaseh.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yeah, just wait for me to ask you the questions. Okay, can you see the timer on the top?
Yes.
Yes, timer 1 and timer 2?
Yes.
All right. Is this your speaking position?
Yes.
To check your audio and video, please repeat the sentence. Audio, video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio, video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, I confirm that you're audible and visible. Thank you. Contestant number 1, Toastmaster Mustafa Altaseh. Speech title, From Fear to Confidence. Speech title, From Fear to Confidence. Toastmaster Mustafa Altaseh, contestant number 1. Over to you.
What do you think you can add to your life if you conquer fear and gain confidence? Alexander the Great once said, man's immortality is not to live forever, but to overcome fear. Contest chair, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about an incident happened to me 5 years ago. On that day, I decided to join lunch break with my colleagues after many years of avoiding any uncomfortable gathering. So I went there, sat on the table, disciplined and polite as usual, with my lunchbox. And on the other side, there was a guy who looked at me and said, Mustafa, do you know what you remind me of? And I was like silent, trying to ignore him, as I don't want to hear any sarcastic comments, especially from that guy in front of others. But my heartbeats started to rise higher and higher. And he was like, you remind me of our childhood when we used to bring food from home to school. And there was an awkward, silent moment. My dear friends, have you ever rethought of a situation where you regret to respond in a certain way, or you wish that you could have said something better? Well, we have different kinds of fear. Fear of sarcasm, fear of not looking good, fear of the future, fear of many things. And there are several ways to conquer that, of which I have tried a lot, but didn't work. Until one day, I came across a very important piece of information. It was the law of simple addition. What do we mean by that is, for example, if you add only 1 hour a day to learn something new in your field, you will have 360 hours a year to rise up between your colleagues and be the expert between them. So after realizing that change does not happen all of a sudden, I started my transformation journey step by step. But before getting into that, let's put things in perspective. Do you think it's really important to conquer fear and gain confidence? Well, imagine that fear is like a brick of a wall. And each time you flee from it, you build one more brick in that wall until one day you surround yourself with walls so you get stuck. On the other hand, imagine if you could manage to break those walls, how your life will look like. Definitely, it will feel like an open and wonderful playground. You are fully aware of your role in it and you are playing it very positively. So in my transformation journey, I came through many things. But for now, let's focus only on 3 steps that gave me results. The first step is waking up early. Now, why do you think we don't like taking off that blanket and get up earlier? One of the most common reasons is fear of something. Whether fear of work that we're not really passionate about, fear of meeting people that we don't like, fear of not having the chance to sleep again during that day. So it's all about fear. And once you break that hurdle, you are practically breaking the first brick in fear walls. And eventually, the rest decisions of your day will be much easier. So you will win that day. And if you want to win your life, win your day, because we are nothing but a number of days. Coming to the second step in my transformation, which is naming my fear, working on it, and facing it. For example, if I have fear of public speaking, I just train on it and face it. I also used to have fear of heights, so I trained on it and I went skydiving. It was a blissful experience to jump from an airplane 13,000 feet high and actually flying in the sky. It was amazing. And the lesson that I learned was, as Will Smith said, God always places the best things in life on the other side of maximum fear. Now, the third and most important step in my journey was conscious meditation and prayer for only one God. Now, if you dedicate only few minutes a day for meditation, those peaceful and silent moments will teach you how to respond in your active and hectic moments. It will also clarify your purpose in life and will give you the chance to refine your intention. Because once you set the right intention, you will start to see the whole universe as a huge and wonderful symphony. And you will discover what kind of instrument you are playing on. So let's summarize the 3 steps together: waking up earlier, naming my fear and acting on it, conscious meditation and prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish that each and every one of you gain their confidence, find their passion in life, and be in best harmony with the symphony of our life. And always remember, as William Henley said, that you are the captain of your own soul. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. Can we all mute our microphones and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores? We now call our second contestant, Toastmaster Selenia Vermillion. Can you see the timer 1 and 2, Selenia?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is this your speaking position?
I would like to start here, please.
Okay. To check your audio video, please repeat this sentence. Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, you are audible and visible. Thank you. Contestant number 2, Toastmaster Selenia Vermillion. Speech title, Just Right. Speech title, Just Right, Toastmaster Selenia Vermillion. Contestant number 2.
Do you remember the story of a little girl called Goldilocks and how she broke into the bear's house? As she was looking around, she found a lot of things that was just not right. Things that were too hot, too cold, too big, too small. And she found things that were just right. Using the Goldilocks method, we can discover things that are just not right and move on to the next and the next until we find what is just right. Madam Costa's chair, esteemed judges, and my just right friends. Like Goldilocks, I'm sure you have discovered things in your life that were just right. Maybe not what you wanted, but just what you needed. Hearing the gentle moo of the cows on Grandpapa's farm in the barn. At the age of 7, I was trying to milk a cow. And there, Grandpapa shared the secret of life with me. The cow does not give milk. What are you saying, Grandpapa? Cherry chicks. The cow does not give milk. You have to milk it just right. Milking a cow just right was hard. To get the correct way of getting the milk to flow, I tried this way. I tried this way. And then, one glorious morning, it happened. Like a shooting star faintly falling through the universe. Milk felt faintly into my bucket. I felt amazing for getting it just right. When you work at something and you get it just right, the result is in the bucket. Have you ever worked at something very hard and not get it right? I did. After 20 years in a marriage that I worked too long, too hard, I had to come to the decision that it didn't work out. I accepted divorce, not as a defeat, but as something that was just right for me and my family. Trial and fail, trial and fail. But in the end, it was best for all involved. Have you ever worked on something too long, like a career, a relationship, a project, to just find out it is just not right for you? As a teacher, I train other teachers how to support special needs students in their class. One teacher, she was as old as the hills and so mean to little Ahmed. She complained, he's disrespectful, lazy, and doesn't pay attention. Well, Ahmed was an autistic student with such low muscle tone that he had to rest his head on the desk the entire lesson. You see, she did not understand. Sitting up straight, eyes to the front, used so much of Ahmed's energy that he hardly had energy left to pay attention. I suggested that she asked him a question from time to time to see if he was paying attention. What do you think she discovered? You're right. She found out that he was listening. She learned that not all children learn the same way. What is just right for one is not necessarily the right for somebody else. We learn differently. Have you ever invested in somebody who got it just right? Using the Goldilocks method, we can try many things. The cow does not give milk. You have to milk it just right. Divorce was the fatal product of the time. You have to find the balance between what is too long, too short, and just right. Training others needs an understanding that we all learn differently. Now, the story of Goldilocks does have a very jittery ending, but your life doesn't have to be. A happily ever after is within a reach if you get it just right. Contestant.
Audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. Can we all mute our microphones and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores? Our third contestant is Toastmaster Debbie Joy. Can you see the timer 2 and timer 1 on top?
Yes, I can.
Is this your speaking area?
Yes, it is.
Can you just move a little back?
Here?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, can you please repeat this sentence? Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I confirm that I can see you and I confirm everything is okay. Thank you. So contestant number 3, Toastmaster Debbie Joy. Speech title, Pause. Speech title, Pause. Toastmaster Debbie Joy. Contestant number 3. The screen is yours.
Life is like a flowing river, and you and I are like pieces of logs flowing along with the river. You gush ahead, bouncing and leaping, and time goes by like this. One can't stop the flow of that sand. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters. Here comes the most pertinent question. When we go with the flow, are we able to truly reflect on our priorities, our choices, our actions? September 2021, precisely 8 months ago, I was with my family in the valleys of Vagamon Hills, a scenic hill station down south in India. The dew-clad top of the hill was so inviting that I wanted to go touch the peak. We set out for trekking, but after the initial stretch of few minutes, I started gasping for breath. My calf muscles were so tight that I was not even able to feel my legs. I decided to rest on a rock. My family came back after an hour's time, all excited. Mama, it was amazing, but we missed you badly. Why didn't you come? They showed me pictures that they had taken. I was not but part of their joy. They were so excited. I was not there in any of those pictures. Friends, that 1 hour at the bottom of the hill was an hour of reflection. I took a pause and I realized that 24/7, playing the roles of a helicopter mother, an amazing wife, and a smart finance manager kept me busy. And I did not have time to take care of my health at all when the gift of health is keeping me alive. I landed back after vacation and I consciously started taking care of my health. Workouts, healthy food, and slowly but surely, my body changed its language from the language of restrictions to that of explorations. It felt live into my life. Pause, reflect, and reset the flow. But this incident set me to think, what if I could take frequent pauses? Maybe I would do things differently. So every night before I slept, I started reflecting on the day. And one such night, I was ruminating on a conversation with my 8-year-old son. Mama, you know who are the good kids in my class, Mama? Nina ma'am says that Ria is a good girl and Adil is a good boy. You know why? Because they always get all the prizes, Mama. Come on, Ren. I'm sure you're also a good boy. Really? Really? I took a pause. I reflected on the educational system wherein every child gets measured by everything that they do. So much so that in the mindset of an 8-year-old, we create a perception of, I don't know if I'm good enough. In the next meeting of our NGO, we revived our students' forum, creating a framework wherein children would get to mark their signature with no competition, no pressure to perform, and no yardstick to measure. In the first online event, 35 children performed. And Ren, after he spoke, came to me, hugged me tight, and asked me, Mama, I spoke today well, right? Will I get prize today? I told him with a drop of tear in my eyes. All 35 of you are today's winners, my dear. And I could see his face with all smiles, beaming with a lot of confidence. And I could see 34 such other faces on my screen. A seemingly trivial chit-chat between me and my son led me to touch a few other hearts. Pause, reflect, and reset the flow. As life flows by like a river, and as time goes by like this, take time out to pause. Let that be your time of inner silence, your me time, your time to reflect upon. Let your priorities, your choices, and your actions simmer within you. As you go down the lane in your life, you would realize that you may not be the best parent, but you and your kids would love to be with each other. You may not be the best spouse, but you would become a more patient partner. You may not be able to bring about a revolution in the world, but you would definitely be a part of the change that you wanted to see in the world. And this is the magic a pause can work for you. Take a pause and discover the magic in yourselves. Won't you? Contest chair.
Audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. Can we all mute the microphones and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores? Our fourth contestant is Chetna Kiran. Chetna, can you see the timer?
Hello?
Yeah,
Yes. Yes, I can see.
All right. Is this your speaking position?
Yes, that is.
All right. Can you just move a little back?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. And can you say this test sentence? Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I hereby confirm that I can see you and hear you well. Thank you. Contestant number 4, Toastmaster Chetna Kiran. Speech title, The Ultimate Barrier. Speech title, The Ultimate Barrier, Toastmaster Chetna Kiran. Contestant number 4. The stage is yours.
This has become a barrier for all of us since past 2 years. Me, I have created barriers around myself it's long time now because I firmly believe that these barriers keep me and my family safeguarded. The perfectionist that I am, and hence the barriers I laid are very important. Madam Contest Chair, honorable judges, and my dear friends, April 2018, my husband Jay surprised me with a trip to Jordan. His excitement was almost above and beyond the roof as he shared, I booked an exclusive family trip to Jordan. Wow, Jay, I love the word exclusive. Finally, my husband is treating me like a queen for once in his life. Next week, me, my husband Jay, and our 2-year-old son Inu were in Jordan. As I stepped into the bus, the word exclusive evaporated in thin air. And there was nothing that would make me feel like a queen. My husband has booked a few tickets and a group tour to Petra. Jay, where is exclusivity in this? No. Stop playing around the words. That is only allowed in Toastmasters. I felt my family has been injected between a group of complete strangers. What are the kind of people we are traveling with? The lady on the right with big hair and bright pink dress. Who dresses up like this? And the young boy on the front row was talking to someone so loud. I don't even know if he's talking or fighting. At least I should get subtitles. After Petra, we were back to our camp and we were welcomed by an old man. His dirty clothes and long beard made me feel disgusted about him. The moment I got to know, I was counting the days I reached here. And the day I reached, I started counting moments I leave. The whole day, instead of enjoying the beautiful views of Petra, I was busy building barriers between them and my son and my family. We don't need to talk to them. We don't need to eat with them. And how I wish we did not need to travel with them. Next day, however, unfolded unexpected set of events. In the middle of the night, my son Inu got up with high fever. His body was burning. Before I could figure out what's wrong, he collapsed right into my arms. Inu, Jay, look at him. Within minutes, the whole camp was alerted. The lady in dress stepped in. I'm a nurse, let me check. It was respiratory infection, and my boy needed hospitalization immediately. The hospital was 2 hours away, and we were clueless. How would we reach the hospital? The old man quickly acted. Here, take my car. The young boy from the bus immediately jumped. I will drive you to the hospital. Let's go. In the car, my boy was wheezing heavily. His rising temperature was raising my heartbeats. My hand was on his chest to see if he's able to breathe, or not. With bated breath, I prayed hard to reach hospital in time. As we arrived, I rushed inside, taking Inu in my arms, and my boy was immediately taken into the emergency. The night that felt like an eternity, me and Jay spent that without a blink. Next morning, doctor came. Your boy is gonna make it. He's recovering. As we went inside, the tiny voice called me, Mama. All that built up emotions, anxiety, and pain rolled down my cheeks. The people from whom I was trying to keep my son away are the very reason I have my son with me today. The barriers that I have created between us and them did not stop them from lending their hand in support when I was facing a crisis. When my boy was ill, which place that lady was from, how the old man was dressed, and what language the young boy spoke were not barriers anymore. We cannot even imagine how many opportunities, beautiful relationships, or life-changing moments like this we all might have shunned out of our lives because of our barriers. What is your barrier? A barrier, be it inside our monitor or our life. Remember, ultimate barrier is within us. Dear Toastmasters, we all are known to be powerful communicators across the globe. And it's time we use this power to break the barriers. Do we have to have a crisis to break these barriers? It's time we think about it. Madam Contest Chair.
Audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. We will all mute ourselves and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores. Our fifth contestant is Toastmaster Fatma Azamali. Can you see the timer 2 and timer 1 on the top grid?
I can. I don't know. Am I unmuted?
No, we can hear you. All right. Is that your speaking area?
Yes.
All right. Can you repeat the sentence after me? Audio video check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio video check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I confirm that I can hear and see you. Thank you. Contestant number 5, Toastmaster Fatma Azamali. Speech title, Me, Myself and I. Speech title, Me, Myself and I, Toastmaster Fatma Azamali, contestant number 5. The stage is yours.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me, mirror, what is wrong? Can it be my daily clothes, or is it just my daily song? What I do and make believe, people say I sit and try, but when it comes to being daily, it's just me, myself, and I. It's just me, myself, and I. Dear contest chair, esteemed judges, and my dear friends, this was made by a hip-hop duo, De La Soul, in 1989, where this song was made as a prank for the record label since they wanted it a radio hit. Well, what happened? It was a huge failure. Yet, one of their greatest hits, making to the top Rock and Roll Hall of Fame of 500 songs. Now, my life isn't very different. I started as a failure. Did I have a direction? No. Would I make it this far? Not many thought so. Now, I come from a family of unknown where girls, they just get married and get babies. That's the job. Ultimate job. Now, the problem was that was nowhere on my mind. Where did I get this from? Ask my family. I'm still trying to figure it out. So it all began during my high school, where like any other girl, I was finishing my schooling and was supposed to get married, but I had other plans. So did God. Fast forward, after graduating from high school, my father came up to me and said, "Yalla, let's get you married." Now, in an era where girls wouldn't dare to go against their father's will, I stood up for the first time for what was right for me. In a firm tone, I said, "Dad, if you take me without my wish, I shall tell the Imam that I do not agree to this marriage, and the matter will be settled right there in front of 100 people." Silence. My dad knew I wasn't joking. Why? Because I was always an obedient daughter, deprived of school trips, and never pushed for what I wanted. But now, with my life at stake, there was no chance that I'd be the same. So when I said no, my father knew this was serious. He said, "Okay, what do you want to do?" I said in a firm voice, "Dad, I want to be someone with an identity." "Okay, who is going to marry an old hag over 25? Back then, 25 was being an old hag. I said, "No, Dad, I won't be old. I will live for myself." My dad took me lightly and left me hanging in there for several months. He thought I'd change, but little did he know. When it comes to being Dela, it's just me, myself, and I. A quick background. I have 8 siblings after me, and I'm the eldest. We are 6 girls. So the question is, should we share all the same fate as my cousins? No way. Not me, not my sisters. I shall stand for them all. So 6 months they passed. Nothing. My father was quiet. I was patiently waiting. Thank goodness for computers back then. I could Yahoo my way through the US university applications, and mind you, I did that alone. Yahoo had all the answer to my questions. And if you're a Y generation millennial like me, you're street smart. I know I am. I get it through my genes. Now don't ask me which one, because I'm still trying to figure it out. So that day came. The acceptance letter from the University of Birmingham, and I rushed towards my father and I said, I'm flying to the United States. Confused. How? I got the acceptance letter, Dad. I will make my identity. I will live my dream and I will not let you down. Silence. He left me stranded again for 2 months. But I'm his daughter. I didn't budge an inch either. Eventually he knew that he had to do something about me. So he agreed with his conditions, and it was okay. At this point, I was willing to accept anything that would allow me to make my future on my own terms. For I knew one thing. I wasn't carrying the future of one. I was carrying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 futures with me, and that mattered. I was only 17, and yes, that mattered. I will not say what I am today. Google may answer that, but my sisters today, they make me proud. For one step I took yesterday, today they are master's degree holders, some of them with even 2. We have a calligraphy artist, a fitness consultant, a graphic designer, a speech and language therapist, and a finance advisor. So life gave me lemons? Hell yeah, I made a cocktail out of it. So all it goes. When it comes to being de la, it's just me, myself, and I. So I ask you, are you standing up for yourself and your dreams? Over to you, contest chair.
The audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. Can we all mute the microphones and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores? Our 6th contestant is Hussein Haddam. Yeah, you're on. Can you see timer 2 and timer 1?
1 second. Yes, I can see.
Excellent. Can you just move a little back? Yes, is that your speaking area?
Yes, it is.
All right, just repeat this test sentence after me. Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excellent. I confirm that you are audible and visible. Thank you. Contestant number 6, Toastmaster Hussein Haddam. Speech title from The First Step. Speech title, The First Step Toastmaster Hussein Haddam, contestant number 6. The virtual stage is yours.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters, friends, contest chair. One-eyed lick Friday at Al-Qudra Lake. I was sitting under a tree, having breakfast with my family. Ducks lazily drifting a few feet away. At the edge of the lake, I saw a few trembling ducklings waiting with their mama duck. I guess it was their first day of swimming classes because they were petite and terrified of water. The mother caressed them, rousing the duckling spirit. And to my surprise, one by one, all the frightened ducklings stepped in water. Mother made sure they were supervised every second. The ducklings went wild during the first swim, flapping their tiny wings, quacking excitedly. They got tired really quickly. But with mother's constant oversight, the ducks would rest at the bank for the few seconds. The next time they came back, they would come with heightened confidence. In a few minutes, they were skilled swimmers. I can still picture the sense of achievement, sense of victory on their face. Now, there are many steps those ducklings took that day, but I believe it was the very first step that made the victorious ending possible. That day, while sitting under the gum tree at Al-Qudra Lake, I experienced a piercing sense of envy. I was exceedingly jealous of those tiny ducklings because they had managed to do something I had very little courage for. No, not learn how to swim. Let me tell you, with 10 years of sailing experience, I am a professional swimmer. They had taken the defining first step while I lacked the will and courage to do it. Oh Lord, how I wish I had the courage of those little ducklings. Because every time I want to take that first step towards my dreams, I freeze. I was a master planner. My goals posted everywhere. But somewhere along the way, I went from being a master planner to a master procrastinator. Too much work. Higher studies can wait. The kids take up too much of time. Business can wait. I'm too busy. Toastmasters can wait. It got hilarious to a point when my wife said, "At this rate, we won't reach anywhere." And I ignorantly said, "Just wait." And I have been waiting for the last 10 years with my dreams tucked away until I visited my parents a couple of years back. And thanks to COVID-19, ironically, I was stuck in India for 3 months and spent 3 months of quality time with my parents. My mother is recovering from severe knee degeneration. We caught up on many things, my childhood, her life. When she was in her 30s, she was selected for a managerial post in Larsen & Toubro. This was her dream job, but she did not take, as she thought she will not be able to give time to the family. And since then, she has been frozen. She just couldn't take that first step. She recounted with regret. What could have been, should have been, would have been. She sacrificed her dreams at the altar of duty. I can still picture those tears welling up in her eyes as she craved for one more chance to take that first step. It hit me so hard. Will this be my picture 20, 30 years from now? Besides, they say, He's exactly like his mom. So smart. The sad part is, my mom is the smartest person I know. I decided to wait no more. I took that first step and updated my career plan. I completed my long pending chartered engineering, enrolled into an MBA program, enrolled into an MSc program, started my business, and I wrote down my goals toward becoming a distinguished Toastmasters. I have now completed my paths, joined the club ExCom, become a club mentor, and have submitted my nominations for the area director role. And like that little duckling, I'm picking up pace, one step at a time. Fellow Toastmasters, what will your picture look like when your time comes? Will it be a picture of regret? Or will it be a picture of victory? How you take that first step and race towards your destiny will shape your future. If you take that first step and along the way, you freeze. I'm too old, too young, too this, too that, too big, too small. Ask yourself what those little ducklings would have done. Remember one thing, sometimes the smallest step in the right direction ends up being the biggest step of your life. Tippy-toe if you must, but take that first step. Contest chair.
Audience may applaud the speaker using their reaction icons. We will all mute the microphones and wait for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores. Our seventh contestant is Toastmaster Maita Al-Masroy. Can you see the timer 2 and timer 1?
Yes, I can.
Is this your speaking area?
Yes, it is.
Could you please repeat this sentence after me? Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excellent. I confirm that you're audible and visible. Thank you. Contestant number 7, Toastmaster Maita Al-Masroy. Speech title, Inhale, Exhale. Speech title, Inhale, Exhale. Toastmaster Maita Al-Masroy. Contestant number 7. The stage is yours.
Did you have the feeling that your life is dark and mysterious, full of twists and turns? You don't know what will happen tomorrow? This is how I feel every single day. But there is one thing I always believe in. Inhale, exhale. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to get the best. Contest chair, fellow Toastmaster, when I was young, I believed deep in my heart that after a bad day, a good day is coming. Who thought that a poison apple will change Snow White's life and let her meet her true love, who thought that Beauty, who lived with the Beast, will live with him happily ever after, who thought that the lost glass shoes will change Cinderella's destiny and make her a princess. In the journey of our life, everything happens for a reason. Sometimes bad things happen to put us in the right direction for a good things to appear. When I graduated from college, I thought that the worst has gone and I'm waiting for the best. But the best was way, way, way far from me. Everyone around me was either getting married or getting promoted. And me, I was a single, jobless person. Until one day, I get my first interview call as an entry data. Yes, finally, the best is coming. At least, this is what I thought. Due to Abu Dhabi traffic, my transportation was delayed. When I went there, the receptionist looked at me with her grumpy face and said, "Sorry, you are late. All the candidates are already inside." I felt so sad. And to make things worse, I failed my parking exam in the same day. While I'm receiving my next exam schedule, I heard, "Did my mobile phone, an email. Dear Mrs. Maita, thank you for your interest in HR assistant position in our company. Your qualification and skills is above our requirements. Therefore, we will proceed with another candidate. Regards, John." Tell me, can it go more worse? Yes, when you are forced to attend a wedding in the same day. For all single, jobless women, attending a wedding is a nightmare. As much as you put money in a nice hairstyle and an attractive dress, people will still looking at your finger, searching for a ring. For those who are luckiest, they are already married. For those who are lucky, they are future wife candidate. For those who are like me, they will have to survive the integration. How old are you? Not married yet? You are not working? In the end, they will all end up with the same sentence. "We bore you. It is okay, dear. It will finally come." In that wedding, in order to avoid any communication and interaction with people, I sit in the last table, enjoying. Ooh. There was an annoying lady who was sitting next to me. She was talking in the phone, sending messages. She looked at me and said, "Sorry, Habibti, it is work." I looked at her with a yellow smile and said, "It is okay. I wish if I can get a job to be busy like you. I wish if I didn't talk." She asked me about my education and background, the companies that I applied in, every single thing in my life. For me, in order to be nice, I had to go with the flow. Believe it or not, for 2 days, I was in silent mood. I feel all my talking energy has been consumed. Few days later, I get a call. An interview in the same company. This time I was 1 hour earlier. The interview was for operation assistant and it went pretty well. They called me the next day to sign the contract. So I went there with all confidence. When I reached, I get shocked. Due to my high skills and qualification, the company gave me the position for operation officer and 1 additional benefit to that position. They will provide me a car, plus they will pay all my driving license fees. Who thought that missing the interview for an entry data will lead me to an operation officer position? Who thought that failing my parking exam will save me from paying my driving license fees? Who thought that attending the wedding will lead me to meet the annoying lady who recommended me for this job? There is an African saying says, sometimes good things come from the root of the bad things. For the best or worse, our life doesn't always go according to our plan, but there is one thing for you and me to believe in. Inhale, exhale. Sometimes you have to go through the worst to get the best. Over to you, contest chair.
The audience may respond with reaction icons. We will also mute ourselves for 1 minute for the judges to mark their scores. Our 8th contestant is Toastmaster Kalpana Prakash. Can you see the two timers, timer 2 and timer 1?
Yes, ma'am, I can see it.
All right. Can you just move a little back?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
All right. Is this your speaking area?
Yes, it is.
All right. Can you please repeat this test sentence? Audio video check 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Audio visual check 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yes, you're audible and visible. Thank you. Contestant number 8, Toastmaster Kalpana Prakash. Speech title, Unmask. Speech title, Unmask. Toastmaster Kalpana Prakash, contestant number 8. The virtual stage is yours.
Sweetie, come on, hurry up. The show is going to begin soon. That was my mama when I was a little girl and went with her to the circus in town. I was delighted to see the huge, colorful tent, the ringmaster allowing the animals out of the cage onto the stage, and the clowns jumping around and trying to make everybody laugh with their pranks and colorful masks. Their masks mesmerized me. Mama, I too want to wear a mask. Sweetie, it isn't easy. Mama, but they always wear a mask. No, sweetie, they have a real face too. Contestant, judges, and my dear friends. Marty Rubin once said, behind every mask, there is a face. And behind every face, there are stories. My mama too had volumes of stories. Stories of dreams that were unfulfilled. She belonged to an era where girls hardly went to high school. So her dreams of becoming a doctor remained a dream, leaving her disappointed. Stories of sacrifice, early marriage, mundane tasks, and looking after the 6 naughty children that we were, not easy. And stories of challenges in managing the house finance, as dad was the only breadwinner and had a large family to feed. But with all this, my mama appeared very jovial and bubbly, trying to play pranks with us and keeping us happy with her year-to-year smile. It was only during the growing years of my life I realized my mama too had owned a mosque. And it was during the closing years of her life. The mask fell off as she battled with the deadly disease, cancer. But revealing her pain, disappointment, and dejections, which were all cleverly concealed behind the false and happy mask she was wearing, just for the love for us. As I bid my final bye-bye to my mama, thoughts were marching in my mind. How I wish my mama had shared her stories with us and reached out for help. How I wish we could have recognized her mask, help her to unmask and live a pain-free and a happy true life. Decades passed, and I became the mother of 2 lovely children. I realized my kids too wore masks. No, not the birthday or the Halloween ones, but something unique. My younger one, Pranay, would often come and tell me, "Mama, you're the magical mama, my go-to person mama." But whenever he has a complex problem, which requires a bit of intelligence to solve, he would silently run away to his dad. Wasn't that a mask of cunningness? Now let me tell you a story of my older one, Sunny. Sunny was very bold and confident, a superhero to his younger brother, always motivating and inspiring him to go to school along with him. But one day, Sunny surprised us. He came home crying with tears all around his face. "Mama, I don't want to go to school, Mama. The boys are bullying me." "Sunny, I thought you were a brave boy. Why didn't you tell me, Sunny?" "Mama, I'm telling you now." "Okay, Sunny, okay. I hugged Sunny, but realized that he was wearing a mask of boldness all this time, but had low self-esteem. But we were glad that he shared his story with us and sought for help. That took us to us teachers, and we discussed his problems with them, and over the next few months had to even consider changing his school. But that change helped him to regain his self-confidence and self-esteem. Fast forward 10 years, Sunny is a successful engineer because at the right time, he reached out for help by sharing his stories. Had he continued to wear the mask, probably Sunny would not have discovered his true potential. Friends, you, me, and everyone here have our shares of struggles, but not everyone shares them. Some of us hide behind our eyes, some behind our beautiful smiles, and yet others behind the beautiful mask they have created. But we pretend to the outside world that we are very bold and confident, taking selfies, smiley ones, and happy family photos, posting it on the social media, getting infinite likes. But the reality is something different. Some of them may be suffering from pain and deadly diseases. And yet others are on rocky relationships. And still others may not have jobs. But all of them wear a false mask of happiness instead of reaching out for help. Share your true sufferings and stories with your loved ones who care for you so that they may be able to help you. Be the ringmaster of your own life. Let all the negative emotions which are buried deep down out of the cages of misconception so that you can face the real world. If you have created a mask for yourself, it's time that you unmask. Will you? Contest chair.
Audience may applaud the speaker using the reaction icons. Now we will have 3 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and finalize the results. During this time of silence, the participation certificates will be displayed on the screen. The chief judge and tally counters have left. This concludes the contest and I hereby adjourn the International Speech Contest Semi-Final B of District 105 for Toastmaster Year 2022. Toastmasters and guests, thank you for being a wonderful audience and for your support. I would also like to thank our DTAC committee for providing me this opportunity to be the contest chair. May I now request the Master of Ceremonies, Toastmaster Mariana, to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Toastmaster Sudha, for delivering a wonderful, flawless contest with charm, grace, and a dazzling smile. It was a pleasure watching you. And congratulations, contestants, for delivering beautiful and inspiring speeches. I always find it such a privilege to attend these contests and listen to these inspiring speeches that fill our heart with so much hope and so much happiness and so much drive to keep on trying and to keep on growing. But for now, we need to announce our 10-minute break to give time for the judges to tally their results, to announce the finalists for our second contest for tonight. The time I have is 9:21 at the moment, so we will regroup at 9:31 to have our second group of the 3 finalists who will be moving on to the international speech finals tomorrow. In 10 minutes, I'll see you. Take some time to stretch, to check on the kids, to have some coffee, tea if needed, and I'll see you back at 9:31. Hello, everyone. If you try and find your seat back, we're going to start in a few minutes. I hope everyone stretched, managed to have some coffee, big jug of coffee, made sure the kids are okay, the husbands and wife are all happy and fed, fluffed the pillow, ready for bedtime. This event tonight wouldn't have been possible without the mammoth army behind it. An army that was working relentlessly behind the scenes for the past few weeks, dare I say, for the past few months. And that army made all this contest today possible. I would like to thank the DTAC chair, DTM Alok Tuteja. I would like to thank the DTAC team, the timers, the Zoom masters, chief judges, the contest chairs, the tally counters, working relentlessly behind the scenes. And they gave us today a world-class contest. Thank you, everyone. Please, if you can unmute, since we are still on a break, and clap or use your emojis to show them some love, because truly they have been working relentlessly for the past few months. Now, today, as I said, was day 3 of DTAC. We still have a few days to go, and tomorrow is yet another big day. I hope you have blocked your calendars. From 9 a.m. tomorrow, day 4 of DTAC starts. Tomorrow is the evaluation semifinals, contest A and B, as well as table topic semifinals, contest A and B, and then starting 4:30 p.m. Dubai time, we're going to have the international speech finals. The 6 finalists from today's semifinals A and semifinals B are going ahead for tomorrow for their final. And that is starting from 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. So mark your calendar. We have another long day tomorrow starting 9 a.m. Dubai time. Make sure you show up and make sure you encourage our contestants and show them some love. And now I think our chief judge is back to the main room, I would assume. And that is my time now to pass back the stage to our contest chair, Toastmaster Sudha. Toastmaster Sudha, the stage is yours.
Yes, just give me a few minutes. I don't know if I am, if the audience is tired, my laptop definitely is. So
We can hear you, contest chair.
okay, just 1 second. Chief Judge, I'd just like you to talk about if there were any disqualifications.
I can talk about more than if there were disqualifications, but since you insist that I speak only about disqualifications, I shall follow your wishes.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming to the end of a long day, and I'm sure everybody's, well, eagerly waiting to know what the results are, and then heading for a nice hot dinner. So we'll keep it short and sweet. I'm happy to state that there were no disqualifications on account of time. And therefore, we've got a set of 3 clean winners whose names have been forwarded to the contest chair. And we look forward to hearing those names. And I'd like to thank the entire team of judges and role players for the marvelous support and job that they have done. And I'd like to thank the DTAC organizing team for a marvelous job of organization of this splendid contest. So thank you once again to everybody. And with that, I'd like to hand over to the contest chair. It's all yours.
So, without taking any more time, I would now like to announce the winners, and they are being announced in no particular order except that of the alphabetic order. I have to share my screen, right? Okay. Yes. Okay, so here we go. The 3 contestants who will now go to the next stage of the contest are, can you see the screen?
Maybe you should go into slideshow mode.
Okay. And the winners of today's contest are, okay, Toastmaster Kalpana Prakash. I'm sorry, the names are not showing. Toastmaster Mariana Murray and Toastmaster Debbie Joy.
Sorry, that the name which you mentioned should be Maita Al-Masroy.
Yes. I think I showed the wrong.
Okay, contest chair, maybe what you could just do is to just repeat the 3 names so that it is very clear to everybody.
Yes.
If you can just read the names out, that should be perfectly fine.
Toastmaster Kalpana Prakash, Toastmaster Maita Al-Masroy, and Toastmaster Debbie Joy. I apologize for marking you first as XXX. Okay. So now I hand over the proceedings back to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Toastmaster Sudha. And congratulations again to all the winners from the semifinals A and B. Join us tomorrow at 4:30, starting from 4:30 Dubai time, for the international speech contest finals. And if you wake up early, starting 9 a.m., as I said previously, we have the table topic semifinals A and B, and evaluation semifinals A and B, starting with evaluation, following up with table topics. Thank you, everyone, for being with us here tonight and for choosing to spend your Friday night with the brightest, with the boldest, and with the bravest of District 105. My journey to DTAC started 3 years ago when I found my brave Toastmasters who reached out within me and found hope within me. And they told me to trust my voice and believe in my stories, to live on purpose and to be of service. So I encourage you, my dear fellow Toastmasters, after hearing all the inspiring stories today, I encourage you to look within, find hope within, and use it to inspire, empower, and enable everyone around you, for them in return to find hope within themselves. That is from my side. Until we meet again, good night and goodbye.